free!
Now, it's a duel of the arts!
In an instant! Impact block!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Let's see what you've got.
Water, hear my call!
And this will take you all on!
Here's evil!
Benediction light.
Freeze Lancer!
Hold nothing back!
Are those rocks its skin? Hefty airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for your swimming.
Be my guest! Okay, here I go. Alright, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Swordland
Oh,
Alpha!
violent fighting wind!
I can carve through armor! We can really make weapons with this?
This might be... some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me. Huh.
Gotta break through!
Mega Ray!
It's time! Orochi Fury!
Can you take it?
Illuminate the now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Their hide is thick as armor!
I shall ensure you survive this. Oh, that's near defense!
While you have your uses,
I'll show you how useful I can be.
Just as well, I'm here to stop them.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Didn't even break a sweat.
You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
Your aunts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
Then I promise I'll always please you.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. I've got this. Let him march through all the field.
All yours!
I'm ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
opponent like this should be easy.
All disaster, not in your dreams.
Azure Storm!
Can't be squirrel.
Far enough!
All right, it's
It cools up. Time to get out of the way.
Terminate Ranger. Spread.
The flame inside me!
There's no armor to stop me!
Do it.
Remind me to stay on your good side.
No escape!
Cyan
Azure
instant.
Storm!
Take
Take
Wall.
this!
Gravitas
This
field.
one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get ready!
Done!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together.
My face is starting to sting. My throat feels super parched.
here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. Gotta break through!
Lightning conditioning.
Ready and ready!
Azure Storm!
Do it. You have to. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Let's see what you've got.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Here I come! Flame inside me! Yours to be let
Stay
free!
calm.
I
shall provide assistance.
Now.
Azure Storm! You're mine!
I'm free!
Give me still.
Shion, can you take care of them?
No, really stop, Alvin.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
Still, it's reassuring to have you around.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there wasn't
No, now. I mean, you're even better. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
None shall escape. Magic is in. Here. More for the stockpile.
Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, don't... Orlean?
Yeah, they all kind of look the same to me.
Coming through!
Azure Storm!
Here goes.
Damn it! Azure Storm!
Bestow thy movement.
Now.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Here's a healing art.
Azure Storm!
Magic. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Barely a blip on our radar.
The design...
And this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphin.
Let's see what you've got.
None
I'll smash you!
Azure Storm!
between heaven and earth. Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! Azure Storm!
Looks like it could be worth something.
This will be a delicious piece of cake. You need imagination!
You picked the wrong fight!
Now!
Nothing gets by you!
Okay, here I...
New strategy? I like the look of that! Imagine! Astral energy!
Say no more!
You sure showed them!
All in a day's work.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
Let's see what you've got.
A wailing dancing of doing! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone, not even as a joke.
I'm not a little kid!
Let's see what you've
Coming
got.
through! None shall escape my judgment!
I'll thank you.
Raging storm!
Here I come!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Take this! Astral energy!
Azure Thunder!
Pleasure!
Azure
Do
Storm!
it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Callous. Calcified. Calaglia.
What kind of poem is that?
A sparse.
Go no further! None shall escape my judgment! Steel Void!
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed
You're mine! Now!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Guess I misread the landing.
Get lost! Raging Cascade! Don't mind if I do! Water, hear my wind! Whoa! Hey! What is higher?
Burn in hell!
Glacial Steel!
I thought you were going to wreck the place.
I'm not nearly finished yet.
Then I'll provide assistance however I can.
As impressive as always.
Here I will go.
Hold on to your art. No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Next! Azure Storm!
Raging Storm!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! That's what I like to hear. I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily. Both of them contain Earth astral...
Choice.
Demon
Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Ready and ready! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Out of our way!
Reflect on guiding me more.
Water! Hear my call! Here's the evil! Think again!
Take it!
Go for the weak point!
Come one, come all! It's over!
By the power of
devastation!
a whirling struggle!
Take it!
Winds of heaven! First force!
I'm ready! Devastation!
Sleep now!
Scream face and blood.
Rending your
Armor won't save you! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! I'll shoot down any foe that stands in our way.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Double Demon Fang!
radiant light.
No more playing night!
Regeneration.
Burn!
None shall escape my judgment!
I'm ready! In an instant! Impact Cross! We work well together.
Like a finely timed waltz.
Azure Storm!
Shattering
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Dougal?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
Dance in the wind!
I'll stop it!
Thanks, Kitara!
Azure Storm! Try harder! Azure Storm! Azure Storm!
Here's evil!
Raging Luna Storm!
Holy Land! A chain between
I'll
heaven and
smash
earth!
you!
Devastation! Blue escape! Devastation!
Execution! On your
It looks like you got this one covered!
Azure Storm!
negative gate!
You picked the wrong fight! Azure Storm!
Take this!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Azure Storm! Azure Storm!
Into the shadows! Now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Rain down into
Blast lift up! The flame inside me!
Being interrupted.
Shine!
You're mine!
It's weakened! Now!
This...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Thanks! Just what I need!
Okay, here I go.
Here come more!
You'll just have to keep fighting.
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Here goes! Where that came from!
I'll face you! I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Radiant
Take this! I'm not done!
Can't be still! Celestial hammer!
Your arts are really incredible,
Now! It's thanks to you I can use them.
and I promise I'll always be here.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
I'm gonna need more of that heavy.
Bestow thy
Art
mystic
sealed!
mercy! Fairy circle!
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem.
Don't get carried away!
Right! Here's a healing
Azure
art.
Storm!
Rock up!
Eagle Ray! Azure Storm!
One more time!
You picked the wrong fight!
Chain between heaven and earth.
We did it!
A impressive as always. In here.
Here I hope that was included.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Shion actually. What?
Azure Storm!
Do it!
Okay, here I go.
I'll face you!
Take this! This one's all mine! Azure Storm!
Not in your dreams. I'm on hold.
Clear for us a path!
Azure Storm!
Air thrust. Too much to handle. Here, flame of Jurus.
On your
Azure Storm! Burn!
ranging you apart!
Azure Storm!
Coming through. Thunderblade.
Azure Storm!
Raging Luna Storm!
Azure Storm!
Got it.
Azure Storm!
Now's our chance.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact Claw!
Oh,
Bestow thy
sparkling
mystic
stars
This
of
should do
light.
it!
Rain
I owe you
down.
one.
None shall escape my judgment. What would I do without you?
Azure Storm!
Searing flame. It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
This should do it!
My pride.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it.
Alvin.
Watch it! That's enough! Go back down! Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented...
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we...
I must... Must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black. Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
Hey, is that it over there?
I... Always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Alvin?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alvin.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this, after all, this is the sort of...
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew.
And a little shocked.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely...
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy...
No offense taken. And this is no...
Remember, Our aim is to ensure that both I don't think we'll be able to...
Is there no way we can...
The people of...
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with and it's not just us. If
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that there are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even...
Look, none of us want to fight. But
Right. We're not...
Right.
don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis.
That's right. If we can... Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own? Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time. The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
but that's too much. It's way too much. When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elvin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegus and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegus.
The end of the world.
I believe Shion is...
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of... Still, it's hard to...
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands.
So where do her thorns...
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all.
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast... Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Ren...
So you think those thorns might be alive, but why would they want...
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. It's gold...
You know, I've noticed since we've met that...
Can you blame? When one realizes that the world they once... Especially when that
So, Halim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of... As for what the final picture will look like...
Right.
How you holding?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, that? Now,
Compared to what Shion's... Still, even if you yourself might be willing... Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know?
yeah,
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on. She really needed that. That's what
I just want for Shion. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we...
You can say that again. I have my own dreams. But a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed.
Did you know?
You mean about
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little... It's like a completely...
You and me both.
You?
That's what I thought.
At least you
I don't think we're out of the woods yet.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's...
I know.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say.
Zephyr.
I get...
Law.
Sorry. We'll need all our...
Yeah, I think... Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard,
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on... I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. I just figured, but
I know.
she was so alone this entire...
I'm sure it made her happy.
You...
Yeah, you were a good friend to...
Yeah, when you... But over... No, I mean, I think...
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing as much as I try to look like I have things under control.
You're not the only...
Hey, do you remember? That's okay. It came so naturally to you. I was different back then. The Danans were, but in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword. But after that day, that we were Renans, one time became two. You cared about us, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. Don't worry, it's okay. I've met too many people along, so I'll fight. For Dana, I don't know how we're going to do it.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia?
Yeah.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. Oh. We depart for Lenegus.
We've reached our destination.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
What's on the other side of this door, anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
This is...
But this is...
Right.
Kisara. Oh!
Wow!
Nice one. Alphen.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally, I prefer Bologna. My word, this must be the work of Providence.
Prova what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
You guys want to rest here?
Huh? What?
Good. This came out. Mind if I join you, Law?
Hey,
What's up?
you ever...
Law?
No. And sometimes...
No,
Right! Or if...
yeah.
Huh?
No,
Thorn? Huh?
maybe you're... Think.
I'll take guard duty tonight. It's fine. Time to make you all proud. Out there, just like I always do.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years.
You mean since you became a lord?
I am as prone to sentimentality. You too have a history with Lenegus. Doesn't that...
Well, it is a place, but I can't...
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was... Come back and speak to me when you fin...
We'll be going to Lenegus soon.
This must feel like... What was life on Lenegus?
Let's just say, I don't have many. They called it treatment. But
You mean...
that's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, day in and day out, every single day. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. Some existence. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery... Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that's when it hit me. If I was going to die...
I'm sorry. You say it's your...
Are you crazy?
That's exact... Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stake? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. If we're doing this to...
A world free of sacrifice.
Not just me. If we're... How I see it.
A victory with...
You bet.
Yeah, we can do that.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this!
Hey!
What's...
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby.
Hey! I just think it's,
It's a...
Well, maybe you're the one with the
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think...
Oh, that's a good point.
Hard to argue with that.
You okay?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are...
Glad to hear. That device...
I was just wondering what it is.
It's a healing pod.
Oh, you don't say. That should Alphen?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegus, that's all. Naori laid me in...
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But
Yes. It sounds crazy, I know.
that's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still,
What do you...
with the amount of fighting we've done, we would... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you?
Of course.
Even in that time, I'll always... The world, if I've learned, and the war...
Well,
I know.
Kisara...
Probably...
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon...
Before we do that, just...
Kisara has a point.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegus... Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts...
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan.
Thanks for the warning.
Come on, you've seen her skill with Astral.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. No, it's fine.
Jeez.
Wait a second.
I am not.
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like as if such simplicity.
So this...
I would wager so. Chances are, if the
That red woman's got a lot to answer for.
we're about to land. The descent could be
If there are clues... There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis' infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed.
I really hope we don't have to.
So now what? And if we're lucky,
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone.
Forbidden?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have...
Then you think that source might...
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time. Possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble.
It stands to reason we should be looking...
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out.
Shion's right. Who knows?
All right. It's not like we're... Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side.
What in the world?
this being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What
Trust me.
I wish I could help, but what with the change to let alone the
Very well.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see.
I can well...
Why did you... You know it can only result...
I've no doubt...
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being...
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite...
We need more information.
While we're at it,
And don't forget about finding the way to the...
Let's leave the...
Good idea.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a...
Right. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
What could be... It's just...
From how it...
But what?
Whatever they're...
He's right.
this forbid...
You heard him.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would...
Ordinarily. Trust me. As far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home. Nothing... It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an after...
Sorry.
Not... This place is a mystery, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this is. Whatever did we do?
You really have no...
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, we have no... But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be... I believed he...
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over...
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to I witnessed the deaths.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a...
All red, eh? No, I can't say I...
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or other...
Never mind. Is everything okay?
Oh, yes. I can't seem...
I was hoping to head this way myself.
I suppose the Sovereign... I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before... I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe...
You mean you know another way?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard...
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route...
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to... I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way...
It's worth investigating. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime...
You'd really do that for me?
Our lot in life is of little
Oh, why yes...
Well, we've canvassed the city for information.
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after...
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here.
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth.
Given everything that's happened to their city?
Yeah. That one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Nothing happens devoid of a reason.
The Sovereign? There is one thing I'm still not sure about.
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegate.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be different.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, let's come to think of it, I know nothing of... Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No.
Neither have I. In which case... I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up.
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication?
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so... What if something were to happen to this...
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one...
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and thereafter. That individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler... As for how Volron factors into all this...
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the Crown Cup.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason?
I can't say for sure.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. one whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial. We never did see Volron's body back in. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing—
Wait a second. You don't think Volron— The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there—
Questions, questions, and yet more questions.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits,
then it's decided.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage. Let's go find— I didn't realize Renan's a
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience.
unquestioning acceptance of your own.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than it. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose—
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard—
What if she's not here?
It's still too early to say it.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that—
And what skill—
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way—
I'm afraid
I do. Look
I would never—
So that—
Now you've got—
let's—
If you've a—
What?
Hey!
I can barely
I wasn't—
With nobody left to run the show. I mean, their sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was only
current acting lords have power.
Even if the other lords were still around,
I wonder what they'd think if they— Balsif? Ganabelt? Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know nothing.
Well, yeah, to us Danans, they were just enemies.
I know. But see—
it feels strange.
Yeah.
If you're that curious about them, every lord in their household has their— And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which—
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess... She intended to spread it throughout all of Lennox. Guess then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabel was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
Guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay. Ah!
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them.
Yeah, despite the...
They must have had a lot on their shoulders.
Renans live in a world where strength and power, but their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts. and Ganabelt went after you.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball.
So, Alphen, have you...
Yeah. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not... But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. So I guess...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because even if they did terrible things...
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not a...
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. I think that's some...
Shion and Dohel...
And I'm going to keep doing my...
There's something I just...
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead. In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that...
Yeah, that...
So...
Hanfried Milgroth, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem...
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he...
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland.
And that never...
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies.
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there...
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it look like that. If even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they?
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew.
With any luck, the forbidden...
No use standing around...
Doe?
Faria.
Varia?
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true?
Each of us have our pasts.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken...
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may...
Did you mean what you said? About...
She has more right to my life.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the Crown contest. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. Besides, you have just as much reason to...
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
This place is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how.
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, Avakir, Faria, and
Tarnigan.
He was once my dearest, close... Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by...
A friendship based on mutual respect.
I suppose it's natural you would see...
I would have, now. I think the idea of breaking away from society's... Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that...
Your praise does me too great an honor. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the... But fate...
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance, but he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand...
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why...
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you. So...
That's not the same as...
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss. As for what happened after...
But if you hadn't become Lord...
Shion's right. You saved me. So...
Frank as always, but...
Do you think he'll be...
Yeah.
It's important to have...
I didn't realize how difficult...
Sometimes just knowing...
I hope you're... Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Whoa!
Never thought I'd see you fighting Hootle over food.
Yeah, but this is a fancy parfait!
Is it really that?
Please don't.
It's always nice to... I can't believe I actually get to have it!
But isn't that parfait gonna cost you quite a lot more than your...
That's all the more reason for me to enjoy it!
Everybody, a cream monster...
At times such as these, it would...
Yeah,
Dohalim's right. If someone's...
Yep.
I don't get... Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
that all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Helden Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough. If they want to fight, they got one.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Chain between heaven and earth! A will on the field!
You're mine! It's almost too strong.
Do it!
Be my guest. Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Those soldiers seem different from this.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by...
Indeed. They seem... And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on...
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and...
I've never seen...
Maybe someone doesn't want us here.
What, with the Red Woman?
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
All disasters made one!
Over won't save me! There! Resonate with the earth! The flame inside
These ones can run rings around us!
Eternal devastation!
Tempest Fury!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And the bubble to me! By the power of flame!
Eternal devastation!
Raging Luna Storm!
Air thrust! I can do this all day!
Eternal devastation!
Glacial Spear!
Eternal devastation!
Freeze Lancer! Everlasting Dust!
It's over!
No dawn shall break this night.
I'll be saving this one!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material. An opponent like this should be easy.
Clear for us a path.
I zero pass on the Henshin! Freeze Lancer!
Try harder! Alright, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Take this! Shine! Radiant light! Full regeneration! Incineration wave! Being interrupted. Negative over! On your feet! Explosive ring! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Nicely done.
Discourteous, aren't you?
I never miss! Disasters made
Not today!
A thorn in our side.
Engaging! Be still!
Cyan instant!
Rising, try this! Infernal fire support! Eternal devastation!
Cyan instant!
Orochi's fury! Too fast!
Stand back.
Slip it up! My shield!
None shall escape my judgment now!
Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
Now!
Be still! Rising rocket down! This one's all mine! Orochi's fury!
Now! Shining supernova!
Small, but a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go. opponent like this should be easy.
Now you'll learn! Anything in armor is all mine!
They really don't give up, do they? Escape my judgment!
I'm ready! Take this!
Double demon fast! Eternal devastation! That's my cue! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Your
Everyone hanging in there?
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight. Little help! Lunar corruption!
You picked the wrong fight!
Here, let me have wailing
Time to cross blade!
Where are you going?
Orochi Fury! Azure Storm!
Release the deity!
I'm all stuffed up!
Charge like that can easily be faced.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Hold nothing back!
Resonate with the
Eternal devastation! Try harder!
Raging cascade!
Eternal devastation! Orochi Fury! Alright, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
I'm grateful.
Resonate with the anything in order is all mine! On your being interrupted.
I'm ready! Totally! In an instant! Impact clock!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Azure Storm!
I can carve through the...
Here's a healing arc!
Orochi
Lightning Lord!
Burn in hell!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
Eternal devastation!
Purge malevolence!
Incineration wave!
Update waterfall!
There!
Field!
Take
Healing
this!
sword! Stockpile!
Orochi Fury!
Searing tempest!
Sorry to trouble you.
Eternal devastation!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Azure Storm!
Vanquish darkness!
Negative gate!
Alright, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Little help! Bring him down!
Here's evil! Where you go?
The enemy wields our tool.
You'll soon see about that! Here's a hammer! More with that
Beacon!
I'll be saving you!
Incineration wave!
Raging storm! More where that came from!
Eternal devastation!
Ice prison!
I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Looks like we won.
Get lost!
Leave the chargers to me!
Is it too late to talk over our differences?
Healing circle! Water! Here I come! Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Glacial Spear! Piercing raging cascade! Ready! Now!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
A comfortable win. This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are.
It's true we come from different worlds, but neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it.
I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell?
That vision.
That person Alphen was speaking to.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris.
She really does look like Shion.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly?
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago.
You mean all of that really happened?
But how is that even possible?
No.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral...
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was...
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being... For all we know, perhaps we're close to the...
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was
We have no way of knowing.
Shion.
Yeah. So that was my ancestor, huh?
Yeah, there certainly is.
What about you?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, reliving painful episodes from your past.
I can't just... Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of...
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free... I'd like to liberate that...
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else. Not that I'm complaining.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zugos like that before?
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugos. Then we get some answers. Ready to go! Aim for the
Elusive deity!
Now you see what I can do!
Far enough!
Sleep now.
Raging Lunar Storm!
Stockpile. Fire thrust! She must stand up. The waters of It's weakened!
This ends now!
Take this!
Tidal wave!
Eternal devastation!
I'll face you! Charge like that will easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
The tempest engulfs you!
Azure Storm! Eternal devastation! Try harder!
Here's evil! Winds of great steel!
Ready to go!
All disasters made one!
Try harder!
Rending you apart!
Here now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Devastation! Devastation!
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
One's mine!
Let's shock!
Very good!
Try harder!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Plasma shock!
Can't get out of this!
I owe you one! Devastation!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Plasma shock! Plasma shock!
Here's a healing arc!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Devastation!
Elusive deity!
We've got him on the run!
Don't
You
get
picked the
cocky!
wrong foot! Right. Still anyone's fight! Plasma Phoenix!
It's in the sky!
Plasma shock!
Bestow thy mystic mercy!
Searing gale!
You get the jet!
Plasma shock!
Don't suffer in silence!
I
Devastation!
never miss!
Plasma shock!
Here's a healing arc!
Devastation!
First
I
aid!
owe you one! Slash!
On your
Lunar eruption!
I'm ready!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes.
Not her.
Shion, please.
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she—
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be...
In that case,
I'll take her off your...
You?
Avakir.
I was curious what you were up to, so I overheard what you said about Tarnigan. About how he...
And you believed me?
I like to think I know you a little better than... I'll take Faria. I know better than to ask what you're up to.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. As for Faria...
You don't serious...
Somebody got to her. Strike back at me. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria...
You're wrong. As for but that's...
Indeed.
You can't... I know it. Forgive...
So I just...
No, not for those...
For those...
Kisara's...
That's what... Punishing...
Only
That's right.
Don't
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you.
Glad to be a...
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria...
Certainly seem that way.
The same person who's behind all...
Brainwashed.
Someone used her because...
It does...
There's no question.
by someone...
What is it?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision...
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to...
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing.
So, everything we...
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns.
Maybe my thorns are made from that...
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link.
I've never felt astral energy.
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And...
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, if so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is with.
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? I don't know, should we really be—
Dana's will would never—
But you can't say—
Cut it out, you two. Squab—
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clear.
Shion's right. And I think they...
I'm sorry about what I—
Finally.
That vision we saw.
What do you make of it?
Maybe it's trying to...
Well, it could be supernatural.
That's your grand theory? That we're—
Wait. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the... And what if those with a connection...
You think that's what it was?
I am merely entertaining the possibility.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one—
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years.
The strength... Soon, we might have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and... Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams.
It's off limits even for lords, then?
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. Whoever the Sovereign is. They can't—
Did no one ever talk about it?
No, not that I can remember. Then again,
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. Grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renin. That is what we believed this place to be. But now, it is finally time to discover this area.
Well?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams, a composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and element. The creation of a governing central figure. Code names.
Sovereign!
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy that must be the math. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the
About the lords?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign, not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from other— In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of—
What about the Sovereign?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift—
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. With that, she could be working for someone else.
Either way,
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. Only 2 Sovereigns. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice? Was there really no other way?
Dohalim.
Forget.
Alphen.
But it's strange.
If that were to happen, then...
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by.
That's right.
If you ever start to lose your way,
And I would be happy to lend an...
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt,
She gave the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect her at risk. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. And made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held.
The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here...
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silence...
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the... By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same...
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, Shion.
It's possible?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's...
I know it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance.
No, it isn't.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your
Thank you. Naori and...
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we...
Yeah, we can...
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is...
And they say...
How do you know it's me they're following? Now let's get moving. So Naori sealed away the power that made me... She stopped my rampage. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony. And you paid a heavy price for it. And then the reason you lost...
Is the reason.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them.
When my thorns are... I never dared to dream that... No, the truth is... About a life, the touch of my family, holding hands with Rinwell, embracing all the normal... I always... Is it really... I'm so... What if it...
That's not... I'm here to forget... We're going to live... a normal life. There are a lot of...
Yeah, it's... I know, and it's...
Your...
I believe...
Good. I'll keep on until our future...
Sounds like this Naori chick had
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences.
Yeah. It was Naori.
Not only that, but she willingly...
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The one separating the Renans from...
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place.
You inherited that legacy.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma.
After everything
We'll probably be...
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... Are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Can't get out of this!
Running through!
Reflect
Lightning and
might with blood
Devastation!
Magic and dance! Holy
You picked the wrong fight!
execution!
Plasma shock!
Negative gate!
Searing gale!
Rending you apart!
Plasma shock! Devastation! Thanks! Devastation! Plasma shock! I owe you one! Devastation!
Storm! I'll be saving this one! Ice Tornado! Thunderblade! Now for something special!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Devastation! Plasma shock!
Cyan Instant!
Plasma shock!
Heaven and earth! That'll bring you down! A whirling bounty of lightning! Here goes!
Plasma shock!
Here's evil! Breathe right away!
Bloody howling! Our arts are being interrupted.
Be still! Devastation! Plasma shock!
The water will be
Bloody howling! Take this! You're finished!
Ignite! Take this!
Plasma shock!
I can carve through armor!
Devastation!
Smite with blackened blade!
Plasma shock!
On your
Think again! Will this help? Plasma shock!
healing! My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from the side.
Retreat? I would never.
Alright, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right! Illuminate the dark! Magic is there!
Burn!
Resonate with the earth!
Plasma shock!
Heaven and earth!
On your
Devastation!
Divine!
Radiant prayer!
Mega ray!
Devastation!
Stars of light! Rain down and purify!
Plasma
Use
shock!
the healing art! I never miss!
Devastation!
Do it!
Trigger!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Will this help?
Plasma shock! Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean... Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? Then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Dana have meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alfred!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah,
Is Volron...
we can but hope.
Those red women.
Could they be the ones behind all this?
What? Those brainless things? Either way.
Whatever's stolen from us, the future's ours to protect. We can head them off.
Did you say
Volron mentioned a master of theirs hold up.
If that monstrous form's their true identity.
Yeah.
So this thing over on Rena.
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana.
Then we're agreed.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renins or Dana. And
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon.
So what were they then?
Is the most terrifying thing.
How about you, Shion? Doily?
no, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron,
I had just so much I wanted to...
Unfortunate.
Both sound plausible.
Yeah, they...
courteous, aren't you?
Here's evil!
I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Now you'll learn!
In an instant!
Impact block!
Resonate
with the line!
Rain down!
Now!
In an instant!
Impact block!
Scream bathed in blood.
Rain down!
Bloody
Take it! I'm not done!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Hey, look at that enemy!
I have a bad feeling about this.
By the power of water! A whirling circle! Annihilation! By the winds of heaven! Burst forth!
Your reflexes will not serve you well.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Plasma shock!
All disaster!
Thank you! Let the flame inside me yearns to be let free! Crush! Eternal devastation! Too fast! Fantastic!
Freeze Lancer!
Step back. This one's all law.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Joe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about...
She doesn't remember a thing.
He told me about Tarnigan, too.
What difference does it make?
Stop casting me!
Faria, not now. It can wait.
So I can say...
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete rest...
You're an elite technician, though.
If so, then what?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots break...
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be...
What's that supposed to mean?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler... That is, if he ever even existed.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop...
But how do we do...
Riots feed on discontent and unrest.
At ease. Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone...
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only... Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier.
It's still too premature to say with any certainty. But I believe so.
But...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria...
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations...
I'd say we found someone capable of doing...
I have business I must take care of first, but not as your sovereign.
But...
I'm not sure yet. One in which people won't be judged by birthright. Or things like...
When I bumped into you after all those... I feel like...
You go finish whatever it is you...
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the...
Indeed.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. Besides, with you lead...
Sounds like you're in it.
How could I not? From this day forth, though the memories of the departed...
Remember, you're...
True enough.
With or without her. We should be heading back to the... Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done... In one sense,
You, a Renan Lord.
I was complicit in when a lord.
I think the ability Zephyr told.
Even if it, or this Zephyr.
There's just...
How long have you
Known what?
about the darkness?
Why ask? But
So basic.
leave the... If my bro... Well then.
He's so... Among us.
You were
I was just... It was always... But now?
so...
Oh, it probably...
Must be the... A pretty...
All this, if dope...
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just didn't.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems.
That can wait for now. We've got more than a...
Yeah.
All the answers have to...
So, what do we do?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive.
It's also entirely possible that...
If we come across a capital... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis.
Unfortunately, yes.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines.
So what?
I don't believe that. We're watching Dana die.
Look, calm down.
Right.
It's still too early.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it...
No, this is different. Something is pulling up.
We managed to get moving.
It looks like Lenegis.
Do you think we might run into more remnants here?
Perhaps.
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably...
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the...
Shion, just in the nick...
No!
What the...
No, I'm the one who should...
Again, Law? Can't you even go up?
Seriously, it's fine. Besides, I'm the one who should be...
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to...
I get before long, which isn't to...
So...
It's fine.
But...
I appreciate... Until I get rid of... Maybe it'll be...
Yeah.
What the... Are you...
Oh, come on.
It's called...
Yeah.
Oh.
Staying alert.
still can't get over what we saw happening.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it. Still, though, I never would have imagined Rena actually.
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies, but to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest.
Dohalim.
Okay. That beam of light joining Dana.
That's what.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all.
Try to stay calm. With so many. What is it?
No, it's just so much for me.
You made it. You noticed something?
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody.
Do you think...
Like it or not, it may be a...
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that I'm not sure.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to—
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are—
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate it.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Ren. As a result, it has turned its attention.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquill had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions.
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second,
a request? But
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just—
We won't let that—
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to say—
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems.
Vengeance?
In spite of our long— the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean—
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer—
Others?
I am the only Helganquill who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to—
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature—
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana?
The spirit of Rena
But why? Astro—
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Right.
There is one other— How the Great Spirit, the Helganquill, and the Crown Contest are all part—
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquill, we never did find—
Maybe it had a reason for keeping it silent. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies.
Are you a Renan?
Oh. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want, but be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a...
What a weird...
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned...
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to out here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with...
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use... In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they want. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially... I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is...
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means.
You act like this didn't affect you personally.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found...
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing.
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis?
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to... Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final...
Thank you for answering. Can we talk to you for a...
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift.
Please, tell us what you know about...
You mean the Overseer's species?
Well, for starters...
Where else?
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the...
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans...
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the
Apparently not.
Please.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly?
I guess I can see how when viewed in a... But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, they're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets.
I see.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about us?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yeah.
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off...
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy, so it...
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans and Helganquil. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral, and to amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and
the Crown
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided a new Sovereign had to... It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things...
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the...
What about the flower that sprouted?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of... As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with
Hevric 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan...
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my... Are we done talking now? If it...
He talks like the potential end of the world.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time.
It feels like our whole world has been turned...
Seriously, I'm still...
Let's take a moment. I know all of this is a lot to...
Agreed.
Everything that's happened.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the... Then the Helganquil created...
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is like...
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in it. Why don't we all take some time to...
That's a good... Because it's not just Dana on the line. So let's go... You sure you don't want...
I could ask you.
I figured...
I'll go along with you.
Sounds good.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?